Good morning. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission appreciates the opportunity to be live in Detroit. We look forward to hearing from you. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:06 a.m. This Zoom meeting is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at RedistrictingMI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There's also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. When I call your name, please say present. If you're all attending the meeting remotely, so I'm going to skip that part. Please share the city, state, county, township, or village, and the state from which you're attending the meeting. Again, please say present when I call your name. Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Eade.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Villette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton Township, Eaton County, Michigan.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Madam Chair, we have 11 commissioners present. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion?
Excuse me, Madam Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Woods.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear that we will have a presentation from Lisa Hanley immediately after the adoption of the agenda on partisan fairness.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of I see a hand by Aaron Wagner.
Just one question. Don't we need to amend the agenda then to include that presentation, then adopting what we have right now? Thank you.
Okay, so is that a motion to amend the agenda, Commissioner Wagner?
It would have to be because of our current agenda, at least the one that I have before me does not have that presentation by Dr. Hanley.
Okay, so Commissioner Eid.
I'd like to amend the agenda to include the presentation from Dr. Hanley.
That would be a
Seconded.
second then.
So moved and seconded that we amend the current agenda to include the partisan fairness presentation by Lisa Hanley right after adopting the agenda. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of amending the agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the agenda is amended. Now so now back to the motion of adopting the agenda as amended. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the amended agenda is adopted. So we will now have our partisan fairness presentation by Dr. Lisa Hanley. Please proceed, Dr. Hanley.
Good morning, commissioners. I think I'm coming in as Kim Brace because he had to send me the link to do this, but I am Lisa Handley, and I'm going to give you a refresher course on partisan gerrymandering. Am I going to be able to share my screen on this link?
I believe so.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. This is, you've seen most of this before, some of you very recently, the new commissioners. I just wanted to give you a little refresher course and remind you what the partisan fairness measures that you're viewing as you're drawing, where they came from and what they mean. You'll recall that the Michigan State Constitution requires that you draw districts that do not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party, and that this disproportionate advantage is determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. Now, built into the GIS package that you're using are 4 commonly accepted, essentially court-approved measures that we have discussed previously, and I just want to refresh your memory and also show you how the plans that you drew stacked up after the 2022 elections. I'm going to use an example here, and it's going to follow us all the way through. This is hypothetical. This is a jurisdiction with 10 districts. There are 500 people in each district, but turnout varies. You can look down the total votes column to see that turnout varied from about 332 to 399. And it shows how each of the party's candidates did, Party A and Party B. Okay. Party A got 50.7% of the vote in the jurisdiction. Party B got 49.3%, but Party A only won 3 seats. They won seats 1, 5, and 9, and Party B won the other seats. Now, that means that the seats votes ratio is disproportionate. Party A wins 3 seats, or 30% of the seats, with 50.7% of the vote, while Party B wins 7 seats, or 70% of the seats, with 49.3% of the vote. The seats votes proportionality is simply the percentage of seats minus the percentage of votes. So Party A is 30% of the seats minus 50.7% of the votes, which is a proportionality bias of minus 20.7%. So this election and the redistricting plan that produced these results is clearly biased in favor of Party B by an enormous amount. How did this happen? One of 2 ways, or in this case, both ways. First, there's packing. You can take Party A's supporters and you can pack them into a single district or a limited number of districts where they win, say in this particular example, 100% of the vote, and therefore only get 20% of the vote or 15% of the vote in the other districts. Or you can crack them across districts so that they can never get more than, in this example, 35% of the vote. So it's simply a matter of, are you packing Party A into a small number of districts and cracking them into the rest of the districts? Now I want to show you how the plan that you drew improved upon what the state legislature had done 10 years earlier. The proportionality bias in the old 2012 plan was 6.9 in favor of the Republicans. When you drew the plan prior to the 2022 elections, you actually produced a almost 0 proportionality bias. Very, very impressive. You can see that the plan favored Republicans only very slightly at 0.5%. Since the 2022 elections, we've updated the GIS matrix, the composite index, and here we can see now the proportionality bias actually slightly favors the Democrats with 1.7% proportionality bias. Okay. The second measure is actually a measure of packing. This is the lopsided margin measure. And the point of this is to determine if one of the parties is winning seats with a higher proportion of votes than the other party. This suggests that there is packing going on. So in this particular example, Party A is winning districts with a much higher average vote, 63.6%, than Party B, which is winning at 54.9%. You can see this down at the bottom here. This is the average. The 3 districts that Party A wins, 69.9%, 50.7%, and 70.3%. The average is 63.6%. In terms of Party B, you can see that they're all winning districts are in the 50s, and the average is 54.9%. This indicates that Party A supporters are packed into a few districts, and Party B is winning more districts with lower vote margins. The way that the lopsided margin score is calculated is simply take Party A average winning vote share and subtract Party B winning vote share to see the difference. And here it's 63.6 minus 54.9, or a bias in favor of Party B of 8.7%. So how did you do? The state legislature drew a plan in 2012 that had a lopsided margin of 10.1% in favor of the Republicans. In other words, the Democrats winning seats with a much higher percentage of average vote. The plan that you passed prior to the 2022 elections had a lopsided margin of 5.3%, and the 2022 elections did not change that. So you essentially almost halved the lopsided margin score. The mean median difference score borrows from statistics, and it tells us that a distribution of scores, for example, are normally distributed if the mean and the median are the same, but they are disproportionate or skewed. The distribution is skewed if the mean and the median are not equal. This is one of the reasons, for example, that median income is reported rather than mean income, because you can have a billionaire that skews the average up and suggests that everybody in a particular jurisdiction is much wealthier than is actually the fact. So usually something like income is reported in terms of the median rather than the mean, because of this possibility of skew. So here, what we're doing is we're going to compare Party A's median vote share to the mean vote share. You'll remember that the mean vote share was 50.7%. Now, to produce the median, we just took the percentage and the percentage by which they won or lost these districts, the percentage of vote they received in each of these districts stacked from lowest to highest, and we took the median or the middle value. Here there's two middle values, but they're the same. So our median is 46.5%. So the mean and median difference is simply 46.5 subtracted from 50.7%. And you get a median difference of 4.2%. What that really means is for Party A to win 50% of the seats, they have to win 54.2% of the votes. So you simply take 50 and you add 4.2, and that shows the skew. Okay, how did you guys do? I have to move this over here. Anyway, move over here. So in 2012, the legislature drew a plan that produced a mean median difference of 6.1% in favor of the Republicans. In other words, in order to gain 50% of the seats, Democrats would have to win 56.1% of the vote. In the 2022 state plan that you drew, the average mean median difference was 2.7%, about a third of what it was before. And after the 2022 elections, it actually dropped to 2.3%. This is in favor of the Republicans. So Democrats would have to win 52.3% of the vote to win 50%. The final score that we looked at is the efficiency gap. And the idea behind the efficiency gap is to look at the number of wasted votes for each of the parties. A wasted vote is either the number of votes cast for the losing candidate in a district that that party lost, or the number of surplus votes that the party achieved in a district that they won. So, for example, in a lopsided margin district, the surplus votes would be quite high compared to a more efficient distribution of voters. So what you're going to do is simply to calculate the efficiency gap is compare the wasted votes of Party A to Party B divided by the total number of votes statewide. So in this example, you can see the number of surplus votes. So in this example, Party A won the first seat. They only needed 200 votes to win, so there was 79 surplus votes. Here, Party B won, and Party B lost, so all of those votes, 120, are surplus. So you add up all of the lost votes, all of the surplus votes, and get total wasted votes for the two parties. And you simply subtract the total wasted votes of Party B from Party A and divide by the total number of votes, and you get an efficiency gap in this example of 21.3% in favor of Party B. In other words, Party B's votes are much more efficiently distributed across the districts than Party A's votes. So, how did the commission do? In 2012, the plan produced an efficiency gap of 11.6. The efficiency gap in the plan that you drew dropped that to 4.3%. And after the 2022 elections, the efficiency gap is 3.1% in favor of this. Now, to produce these efficiencies, to produce these partisan fairness scores, you can approach it one of two ways. You can choose a single election and input that single election into the box where it asks you what election you want to look at. And there are now 16 general elections in the matrix because we've added the 3 from 2022. And you can choose any one of those, or you can use the composite index. The composite political index incorporates all 16 elections, but weights them in a way that if a year is contributing more elections, it doesn't weigh more in terms of calculations. So, for example, in 2018, where there are 4 elections, 2018 doesn't count more through this weighting process than 2020 with only 2 elections. So each year contributes an equal percentage of the scores that you are trying to calculate. So each of these 4 measures have advantages and disadvantages associated with them, and no mathematical measure is universally accepted. And in fact, sometimes the measures actually disagree about how fair a plan is. For example, you'll remember that the seats votes disproportionality bias showed that the plan was slightly biased in favor of Democrats, while the other 3 measures, the lopsided margins measure, the mean median difference measure, and the efficiency gap measure all showed that the plan favored the Republicans. So you have to look at all of these measures and not just one of them. And this, I believe, accords with the Constitution that says looking at measures like this is the way to determine if you have created a plan that is fair. I think that's it. Yes, that's my conclusion. So I would be happy to take any questions that you have.
Commissioner Lang?
I'm just curious because it's been a long time. When doing the evaluation, you're evaluating Democrat and Republican, but how do third parties fit into the evaluation as far as votes wasted? If you have Green Party, Libertarian, are they considered? Because sometimes those people also, if they don't have a candidate, may vote for one party or the other. So I'm just kind of curious how third party supporters fit into the equation.
They don't. In this particular, the approach that we've adopted, they don't. This is just looking at how the plans fare in terms of the 2 major parties.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Henley? Commissioner Weiss?
Dr. Hanley, it's nice to see you again. Met you when we were out on our mapping. I have one question that kind of bothers me. Why is the term that you used in one of your columns wasted votes? I personally don't like that term. I think it gives the impression to people who vote, oh, my vote didn't count. Wouldn't it be wiser to maybe call it votes not needed to win or something different? I'd like an explanation if you could. Thank you.
Well, the terminology is not mine. This was invented by a political scientist and a lawyer who came up with the term wasted votes, but I see what you're saying. And I guess I do agree with you that they're not wasted votes, but this is just the term that has been used by the inventors of the
Maybe you
of
could
the
call
efficiency
the,
gap.
maybe you could call the inventors and ask them to change that term. I think it gives a false idea of if you vote, your vote doesn't count.
But we could call them votes cast for lost candidates and surplus votes beyond what's needed to win.
Commissioner Callahan?
Hi, I wonder if you could review for us again how we know when our score is good enough. What's the standard for measuring success?
I'm going to borrow from, unless the lawyers are in the audience who answered that question the last time, I'm going to offer two answers from a couple of the lawyers who were involved in a workshop that we did a few days ago. The first answer is you don't have to get to zero. I think that we were told that one of the challenges to the 2022 plan was a partisan fairness plan, and the Michigan Supreme Court threw the challenge out, saying there was no obligation to get to zero. On the other hand, I believe that another lawyer told us you probably want to not do worse than what you have done. In other words, you probably don't want to see an increase in the partisan fairness scores, an increase in partisan bias in any plan that you adopt. Because you did so well, you don't have a whole lot of room here. You certainly don't want to have scores that are significantly higher than the scores that you achieved. So I'm going to leave it at that. We don't really know what the if you're going to get a challenge and what the challenge would argue, but I would say to be safe, I wouldn't go very much higher than the scores you've already obtained, but you don't have to get to zero.
Anything else for Dr. Henley? Well, Dr. Henley, on behalf of the commission, thank you very much. Oh, it looks like we do have one more. Commissioner Curry. It looks like you're on mute, Commissioner Curry.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Hadley. This information that you just gave us, is it possible that we can read it again without, can we read this again and kind of study it a little bit?
I believe that it will be provided to you, the PowerPoint itself, and I know it's going to be posted, if it hasn't already been posted, online as well, but certainly you can get a copy of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henley, for your presentation.
You're welcome. I'm going to stop sharing now. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Good luck.
So now we will move on to public comment guidelines. Without objection, MICRC Executive Director Woods will review the public comment guidelines. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Welcome, Detroit. We are so happy to have you here, whether you're here in person or virtually. We thank you for coming out to this public meeting to share your input as relates to the 7 districts being reconfigured in the Michigan House of Representatives and the impact of surrounding districts as a result of this task. We want to remind you that we welcome public comments. It's so integral to the democracy process, However, we want to make sure that you address the commission, not individual members of the commission or any innuendos. We ask that you hold to the time period of 90 seconds. And we also ask that there's some civility and decorum in your remarks and how they're presented so that the commission can understand them clearly so that they can consider them when it comes to drawing fair maps with citizen input. So once again, welcome to Detroit. Thank you again for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Commissioner Wharton.
Thank you. And Commissioner Janice Villette will facilitate the public comment portion of today's meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to mapping. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step up to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. Please also go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including any specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is at www.michigan.gov/micrc, and there is a public comment station here this morning with volunteers to assist you in assessing the website if you would like assistance. Additionally, if you have a time constraint or don't wish to wait, please use the public comment portal. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Sarah Howard, the attorney for the Michigan AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. First, let me say thank you for your dedication to this project of drawing fair maps for Michigan. It's a difficult thing to do under the best of circumstances, and now, under this court order, you've been given a nearly impossible task with no real direction. In 2021, your then general counsel gave you the terrible advice that you were forbidden from looking at any partisan data and had to cross your fingers and hope that you would luck into a fair map blind. It's no surprise that the maps you passed disproportionately did advantage the Republican Party, despite both the Michigan Constitution and overwhelming public comment calling for zero partisan bias. Now the court has walked you into the same situation on VRA compliance. You have to try again to draw a map that complies with the VRA, but you aren't allowed to look at any of the data that would help you get there. I can only imagine how frustrating that must be. You are all working very hard, but it is stressful and challenging, and time is running out. So we urge you to take advantage of your experts. Ask your consultants to produce 2 or 3 maps for you to consider and debate. You can give them the criteria to meet, telling them, for example, thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 2.
Hi, I'm Jamie Lyons-Eddy, co-founder and now executive director of Voters Not Politicians, the nonpartisan, volunteer-driven group that wrote and helped pass the amendment that created our independent, citizen-led redistricting process. First and foremost, thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. Millions of people all over the country in other states have district maps drawn in secret by and for politicians. In Michigan, voters demanded a fair, transparent process instead. Voters Not Politicians is confident that you as a group will adopt new maps that satisfy all of the constitutional criteria, that allow historically marginalized communities to elect the candidates of their choice, that keep communities of interest together, and that improve upon the partisan fairness of the Hickory Plan. None of these criteria needs to be traded off for another. We're also confident that you will respect the court's decision and limit your changes to the districts that were ordered to be redrawn, and that you'll consider the feedback and suggestions of the public, especially maps grounded in data and expert analysis. In 2018, voters gave this commission exclusive authority to adopt district maps. I have every faith in your ability as a commission to fulfill the trust that we, the voters of Michigan, have placed in you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 3.
Hello. Thank you again for making the effort to redrawing the districts. I know that this takes time and effort, but with great power comes great responsibility. I am back before you because this is an important issue for young people, despite what you may see in this room. The current district maps have minimized voices like mine, signaling open season for oppression. But our voices won't be silenced. I am standing before you as the president of Wayne State College Democrat, an advocate, and a student in our community. Please take the time to reflect on me, my brother, my friends, and my family when you draw these districts. Remember my voice in every line that you draw, because it's not just a voice for me, but the voices of many. Partisan fairness is crucial in these districts. It should not be at the expense of different groups of people. I hope you will take this duty with great honor and serve us well. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Individuals who have signed up. Again, I'm sorry, number 4.
It's okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Today I return with a focus on the importance of the matter for the youth. I extend my gratitude for the Commission for their crucial hard work. Like I stated yesterday, the significance of fair representation for my parents' church of Detroit, predominantly made up of Black Detroiters, cannot be overstated and marks a substantial step forward. I advocate for prioritizing fair maps for people of color and emphasizing partisan fairness is a crucial plea for an equitable representation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide a live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. You will now have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Sheila.
Participants 1, 2, and 3 are not present.
Okay, then next in line is Annie Manolatos.
Hi, can you hear me? That's me. That's
Hello?
just a shorter name. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So as I addressed you all a few years ago, Michigan voters in 80 out of 83 counties voted in favor of nonpartisan district line drawing. You have a public mandate to draw fair maps, and those maps can be drawn fairly by considering partisan fairness. The last election revealed that if partisan fairness is used appropriately and as close to zero as possible, the party that receives the share of the popular vote will receive the corresponding number of seats. For example, in the last election, the party that took control of the state house received 51% of the state vote across the state and received 51% of the seats in the said state house. Consequently, these maps are appropriately fair and ended a decades of partisan gerrymandering by one particular party. Please continue to adhere to the public service that the public wants: fair maps and fair elections from 2018's voting results, as well as making sure that you consider partisan fairness per the Constitution and your public duty to the voters who voted this in. Thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Alex McGuire. Please allow a moment for the staff to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Alex McGuire. I'm connecting from Sterling Heights. I'd like to thank the commission for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my community. Monday morning, I heard other speakers again and again implore the commission not to touch the districts that are unaffected by the recent court decision. Then almost immediately after, the commission started talking about redrawing lines in Southfield and Oak Park, which is outside of the area affected by the recent court decision. I find this immensely concerning, as the work that the commission did previously in these areas was exemplary. There is no need to redraw the full Metro Detroit area. These maps can absolutely be made compliant with the Equal Protections Clause while respecting partisan fairness without straying outside of the affected districts. I again would like to thank the commission for their efforts. I would also like to thank Dr. Handley for her presentation. I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ryan Reese. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Reverend Ryan Reese, speaking from House District 14. Thank you again for taking the time to hear my comments, and thank you again for your service to our state. We do appreciate it. As I spoke yesterday, I'm concerned about making sure that both voters of color in our area and also our partisan fairness are maintained in good conjunction. There have been some excellent commentaries. I want to thank Dr. Handley for her time and a fine presentation. Our voters, especially voters of color in Detroit and Wayne County, have spent decades knowing that their votes might not actually count the way that they want them to, that the outcomes of elections may have been decided in committee chambers, in back rooms in the state capitol. Prioritizing both making sure that the citizens and neighbors that I have here in this area are properly represented, both in terms of the communities of interest, their partisan fairness, helps to provide equal measure of enfranchisement to our Detroit voters. And I ask that you continue in this effort to keep both of these things in mind. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is George Higgins. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. I just want to, again, thank the commissioners for their hard work drawing the original maps, and again, for now, redrawing the maps, specifically those districts required by the court. This was obviously a new process back when the maps were originally drawn. And, even though, the court took issue with some of the ways how those maps were drawn, they did produce competitive and close elections here in Metro Detroit that were, as a previous speaker said, generally representative of the partisan balance of Michigan voters. And the commission tried its best. Now, obviously, it needs to try again and try harder to remedy based on what the court said. And when redrawing these districts, I'm just hopeful, and I'm very happy that there was that presentation on partisan fairness by, I think it was Dr. Handley. Keep the mandate for partisan fairness really top of mind. I think it's of the utmost importance that the mandate for partisan fairness should not be sacrificed for the sake of speed or drawing new communities of interest. Communities of interest are a mandate the commission has to contend with, but if new communities of interest are being drawn, they should be done so with the eye to advancing partisan fairness rather than detracting from it. And I think there's already a strong Lakeshore community of interest in the state Senate with District 12. And then in the state House, District 62 basically already is a Lakeshore community of interest besides Fraser. So I don't think we need another Lakeshore community of interest in the state House. We don't need to have St. Clair Shores and Grosse Pointe put together in one state House district. I think Harper Woods should be incorporated there along with Grosse Pointe. We don't need to have St. Clair Shores and Grosse Pointe yet another Lakeshore community of interest. We already have 62 in the state House, and we have 12. And that's it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Anthony Scannell. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Thank you, Commission. So sorry to see that the Supreme Court of the United States denied the pause in the mapping process, but oh well. I think you're doing an okay job anyway. I wasn't happy back in 2022 or 21, whenever, with the congressional maps. I thought at least for my district, House District 1, and even Senate District 1, but that remains to be seen how that's going to turn out. I thought they were both okay, and I actually saw a commenter say something like that yesterday. Oscar, he said he already thought House District 1 and Senate 1 were okay. And I took a look at what you did with the House District. It just had River Rouge in addition to parts of Detroit, and you added Ecorse, and then another downriver district. You took Melvindale out of Dearborn and put it with Allen Park and Lincoln Park, and I think that's fine. It's perfectly fine what you did. There's arguments to be made for both ways with Melvindale going either way, but it works out. And Ecorse River Rouge, yeah, that's great. So keep it up. Appreciate it. Good work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And I'd like to thank Madam Chair for learning some working knowledge of Robert's rules. It's you're catching on here. You're catching on a little bit. So please maintain that semblance of order, because it's the primary job here of the chair to remain in order for the approved rules, the approved set of rules. And no one has the right to speak until you, the chair, assign the floor under a motion with proper support to approve a specific action, like approving new maps. And here you are talking about the maps a week later, and you have no motion to approve the maps. Or like discussing political fairness with Dr. Hanley. You only approved a presentation from Dr. Hanley. You did not, I repeat, did not legitimately approve a conversation with her for you to discuss that, because you had no motion to discuss political fairness with her. Now, I would encourage the members, like, and I commend Commissioner Curry and Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Wirt and you others that are talking about we need to follow the rules here. Request a point of order so that the chair will have to read the written rule onto the record for you. And Dr., you didn't even get any information here. Commissioner Curry didn't get any information. You get no handouts. Yet you're talking about, you're discussing it. And you made a decision there by consensus. And I believe you're making consensus decisions and not writing it in the minutes. You have to say, every time you say, hearing no objections, every time you move on, like yesterday when you adjourned, you suspended it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Malik Saf. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Malik Saif. I'm a resident of District 3, City of Melvindale, and also a manager of the Melvindale Islamic Center, that is a nonprofit in the City of Melvindale. I wanted to make a comment in regards to the current idea of removing Melvindale from its current District 3. I'm against that, and many of our members at the Melvindale Islamic Center are as well. We would like to maintain and preserve the current interest of our voting constituents and keep District 3 intact. Removing Melvindale, just to add West Dearborn to District 3, would be a disservice due to the fact that West Dearborn and Dearborn Heights have similar socioeconomic statuses. So to do that, basically the voting power of the constituents that would be remaining in District 3 would be diluted, just as well as the city of Melvindale voting power moving into Allen Park would be diluted as well. I was very fortunate that I was on this meeting today to listen to Dr. Hanley's presentation, as it was a very good reminder to myself and to the commission of when we're making district lines, we have to ensure that we're not basically discriminating or diluting any community or group of people's voting power. And I think that would definitely happen if we were to remove Melvindale from District 3. I appreciate the time from the commission to speak.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have one person here in person who is asking to speak again, and we're going to allow that.
We have one more remote public comment participant.
Next person in line is Brooke Harris.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Harris, and I'm a resident of the Boston Edison Historic District in Detroit, which is currently in State House District 8. First, I would like to thank the commissioners for upending your lives yet again to do this important work. I would also like to encourage you to make this work perhaps a little bit easier on yourselves and consider the maps that have been uploaded to the public comment portal, especially those drawn by Detroiters and those with supporting documentation, like the one from MSU's Institute for Public Policy and Social Research. The IPPSR map does a good job of keeping my neighborhood intact and connecting it with surrounding historic districts and other communities of interest, while ensuring that Detroit voters like me have the opportunity to elect people to represent our communities without creating a ripple effect that changes multiple district boundaries. I am confident that you can adopt maps that meet the criteria outlined in our state constitution and also cause minimal disruption to other districts not outlined in the lawsuit. And lastly, I wish you all the very best of luck in doing such and doing it swiftly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Yes, we have one more in person.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. My name is Sarah Howard. I'm the attorney for the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. You aren't expert mapping technicians, and you don't have to be. No one expects you to be. All you have to do is make use of the experts that you've hired. Give them criteria to meet, like here are the COI priorities, show us 2 to 3 maps that keep those together, change only the districts reasonably necessary to comply with the court order, comply with the VRA, population deviation below 5%.
My apologies. I need to interrupt for a moment, please.
Yes, Commissioner Ling.
Per our rules, isn't public comment, they get one turn. I know in our first round, it was each person was allotted 90 seconds. We have written rules that talk to this, so I don't think it's right to allow a individual a second 90 seconds. I guess that was a point of order. My apologies first.
I know that at one point we did, when we were having public hearings, we did allow people a second chance after everyone else was finished. I don't know, we will have to review the written rules and see if we took that out. Do you have that handy?
Currently, the rules of procedure allow for 2 minutes, although the commission adjusted that time to 90 seconds at one of your previous meetings, and it does not currently allow for a second round of public comment for individuals that have already provided public comment, but that is at the discretion of the commission. So if you all wanted to change that, you could.
Commissioner Zatella.
So my memory on this is a little foggy, but I seem to recall that the second comment came from Robert's Rules of Order, which we have adopted as our rules of order. And it was Mr. James Gallant who had raised the issue of something within Robert's rules that allows a second comment at the conclusion of initial public comment. That being said, I think we probably need to look at that again because it's been a while and we're all a bit hazy, but I would just suggest allowing Ms. Howard to finish her comments while we verify that and we can look at it for the next meeting.
Commissioner Lang.
Okay, I'm fine with re-looking at it, but if that's the case, then every person that signed up remotely should also have that opportunity, and anybody else that's in person should have that opportunity. Fair is fair.
So my suggestion is that we let Ms. Howard complete her thought, and then we can have a discussion and a vote on how we want to proceed, unless anyone objects to that.
I do, because I think we need to vote on how we're going to proceed, because if there are still people that are attending online that signed up for public comment and want to give additional public comment, they should be allowed.
Okay, then that ends the public comment portion of our meeting. So I think that we will put that on the agenda for later to discuss that. Okay, well, next is the mapping process by the commission. And we left off with Commissioner Donna Callahan's turn, so we will proceed with that. Commissioner Callahan.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes.
We do have one of our attorneys, Richard Riley, who is on, that can speak to the communities of interest when it comes to mapping.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Riley.
I'm happy to address an issue that the General Counsel has asked Baker and Hostetler to weigh in on concerning what I understand to be a difficult issue that has arisen in the mapping concerning the interrelation of communities of interest and racial identity. And we at Baker have not been, watching moment by moment what's going on, but it has been relayed to us that there has been some difficulties arising because of what are, frankly, understandably competing concerns. On the one hand, there is this directive originating with the three-judge panel to engage in redistricting that is not race-based, and a directive not to be considering race in the line drawing. And at the same time, there's a directive both from the Constitution, and I think it also comes from the three-judge panel, at least impliedly, that communities of interest should be doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the line drawing. And one of the challenges arises where you have an interrelation between racial identity and communities of interest. For example, I understand that one set of issues arises where, for instance, you have an Arab American community. And there's a desire naturally to view that as a community of interest and take some account of that in the line drawing. The same could be said of a Bangladeshi community of interest, even a Jewish community of interest. There's a religious element there, but there could also be a racial element there. And so questions arise, is that racial gerrymandering? What can be considered and in what way? And then, of course, there's a follow-on consideration to that of what about African American communities? After all, they are communities of interest as well. How should they be viewed? What can the commission consider consistent with the Equal Protection Clause? What cannot be considered or should not be considered to create a safe path for maps that the commission prepares to be affirmed in court? These are difficult questions, and I'm going to state very clearly up front that there is not clear case law addressing these issues. And that is because the racial gerrymandering precedents that exist to date concern what I would refer to as racial targets, percentages, typically based on census data, Black voting age population, Hispanic citizen voting age population, and typically the redistricting authority runs into problems when there's a target, a 50% target, a 55% target. In this case, we had lower targets, but it was a similar idea. And the movement of voters to hit those targets results in predominance. To my knowledge, and I've read all the Supreme Court cases and most of the lower court cases in this area, there is not a case that addresses what do you do with communities of interest. So we are a little bit in the dark, but based on what I know of the law and what we would envision being sound defenses for your work, and bearing in mind the importance of giving you flexibility to do your work in the best possible way and considering the broadest amount of information that's relevant to communities of interest, I can discuss what I think is a solid framework, and I would be very comfortable defending this framework in court. What I would propose is that the commission can consider racial information that is intertwined with community as part of a holistic evaluation of the lived experience and on-the-ground realities of people and places in Michigan. I would give an example of this, actually stepping outside of Michigan, going to a neighborhood close to where I live in Northern Virginia, where there is a Hispanic population that's largely Salvadorian immigrants. That population lives in several housing complexes there. There is a Catholic church that has Mass in Spanish. There's a Salvadorian restaurant that's owned locally. There are grocery stores that sell ingredients that Salvadorians use in their cultural dishes. There are festivals. There is a community that is there. In my judgment, if the redistricting authority in Virginia informed itself of all of these facts, not just race, but the totality, the holistic understanding of who these people are, their cohesive cultural ties to each other, their similar socioeconomic status, they work together in the same types of employment, they have similar incomes, all of these things holistically. And it decided in drawing lines to try not to split that community to the best of its ability, given all of the other considerations. I do not believe that that would result in racial gerrymandering. I'm not 100% certain of that, given the absence of case law. But given what I know of the standards of the equal protection underpinnings there, and given the fact that the concern underpinning these cases is stereotyping, it seems clear to me that drawing a community-based map on a holistic analysis of shared ties that may include race but are not limited to race would be proper. If we apply that concept to the problems that the commission is confronting, it seems to me very defensible for the commission to look at, for example, a Middle Eastern community that shares a similar geographic area and make an assessment of who is there. I would certainly encourage the commission not to stop at racial identity. It should look deeper than that. If there is an assessment based on perhaps knowledge of commissioners, public comments, all of the information available to you, that these people share similar institutions. Perhaps there are religious institutions, a mosque, a Melkite Catholic church, a Syriac Orthodox church, where these folks frequent. If there are restaurants, businesses, cultural events, food, culture that's binding these people together, it seems to me that the commission is entitled to inform itself of those facts and to make line drawing adjustments on the basis of all of those facts, not just Middle Eastern race or ethnicity, but a totality of assessment that these people really share cultural ties. They belong together. This is really a community that has a life of its own that can be recognized. I would feel very confident standing up in court and telling the three-judge panel that that is not a racial gerrymander. That is a proper consideration of communities of interest. Race may have been a factor, it may have been part of the assessment, but it was not the whole assessment. I would certainly encourage the commission in those types of judgments, again, look beyond race, look at ties, look at institutions, look at neighborhoods, look at who's there. I would also encourage the commission to stay away from data. Don't be looking at percentages. It doesn't really matter the number of people. It doesn't matter what percentage is there. The census data isn't really that informative. Definitely don't be trying to hit percentages of Hispanic voting age population. That could be very problematic. I would definitely stay away from that. But look at who these people are. What are their shared ties? What are their shared interests? Look there, and I would feel very comfortable defending that type of district in court. That raises the next question. Of course, this case involved Black communities. And one question is, well, if the commission is permitted to consider the cultural connections between Arab Americans and Hispanics and other groups, why can't it consider cultural ties among Black communities? Again, there's not a clear answer here, but I would feel comfortable defending the position that if the same framework is used, that considerations that have a relationship with race but go much beyond race can be properly considered by the commission. For example, if you inform yourself based on the knowledge of commissioners who live in the area, public comments, the court has actually directed the commission to have a public hearing in Detroit at a later stage. It clearly wants the commission to be listening to Detroit folks. And if you understand that there is a particular community that is predominantly African American, and you look beyond that, there is a historically Black church where civil rights leaders have spoken in the past. There are African American owned businesses that members of the community frequent. They share a similar socioeconomic status. They go to the same schools. They have similar concerns, so on and so forth. Institutions, cultural ties, shared experiences, and you inform yourself of all of that. And race is one factor. It's a small factor that is going into the considerations. Then I would feel comfortable defending to the court that that is not racial gerrymandering. In fact, I would feel comfortable defending to the court that that's what the commission should be doing, because one of the criticisms that the plaintiffs have levied against the prior map is that the percentages that the commission went and hit caused it to make decisions that make little sense on the basis of community. And that the losers in that process were the African-American communities in Detroit. Therefore, I would feel comfortable standing up in front of the court and saying the commission listened to Black residents of Detroit. We all know from experience and from the court's own findings that Detroit is nearly 80% African-American. So we know who lives there. And I would feel comfortable saying they listened to those people. They learned about where institutions were, where communities were formed, and they did informed line drawing on the basis of community. And the consideration that these folks happen to be African-American was part of the mix, but it was by no means limited to that. It was a holistic, fair consideration of the reality on the ground. I would feel very confident defending that in court. Please do not be looking at Black voting age population, shooting for targets, trying to achieve percentages, so on and so forth. Focus on community, focus on who's there. If you're doing that and a consideration of the race happens to come into the mix, I don't think that disqualifies an otherwise cohesive community from protection under what the commission is doing. I recognize there's a lot of nuance there, but I'm hopeful that that can provide some assistance in moving forward with these very difficult issues. And I'm available for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I see Aaron Wagner's hand up.
From what I'm understanding, it sounds that we can consider the African-American Detroit voters that are at odds with our maps as a community of interest, as long as we considered them as a cultural ethnicity, which I think was where we were going before. Am I hearing you correctly?
I think that's right. And I would stress to go beyond race to learn about who these people are. It starts with race, but it's much deeper than that.
Well, yes, but I was considering them a COI because everyone tends in the same area to frequent the same shops and markets and everything. So Juanita, I think you would be perfect to advise us on those neighborhoods that we need to keep cohesive as well as the Detroit public. Thank you.
Is there any other question or comment? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you, everyone.
So we will move on to Commissioner Callahan with mapping.
Thank you. I think I'm going to pass my turn over to Juanita and let her take a mapping turn.
No, this is not a one-woman show. I want everybody to have a part in what he just said. You can go from there. And if you don't understand that, how do we understand everybody else's? You know, Black folks want the same thing as all the other cultures. We are a culture. We are a people. We have a lot of things that are in common other than color. In fact, color is not one of the most, because we're all shades. So one color is not really the matter here because we have many, many shades of color. So but we have a whole lot of cultural things that are in common. And it doesn't take just one person to spell that out, because I don't want to be attacked today as yesterday. So that's just think of, we eat a lot, we eat the same things, we've had the same pressures, the same we've had the same fight for years, many years. I mean, there's nothing unusual about trying to see if we got anything in contiguous together. We have a lot in common, and anybody that's human can see that. And we don't have to just select just me to choose that. Use it from your heart, what you think.
Okay, then, thank you, Juanita. I guess I'll take my turn back and ask for your help. What I had wanted to do at one point in time with my mapping time was to see if we could create a map that changes the required districts, but as few other districts as possible. I had one started where we changed the required ones +4, 9, and 13. Apparently, it didn't get as far along as I thought it did. I think that was version 01/1724 v4. So if we could at least take a look at that map and see if that meets that criteria and what shape it's in, and maybe try to proceed from there and put together some good communities.
I'm just going to look at this, but if we want to make edits to it, I suggest we make a copy of it and then do that.
Yeah.
Sarah, do you know if there was a map that was further along that was based on the criteria I just laid out there? I know it wasn't started this week. I would say it was started the previous week.
So the 11724 V4, let me see.
So this plan is 11724 V4. And it has edits, well, actually, it's just, it looks to me like it's just really 8 and 9, and maybe a little bit of 4 has been edited. And of course, 10, 11, 13, 14, 7.
The most recent version of this map family, which I've added the flower name Astor to, ASTOR, is 11824 V1.
Shall we look at that one, Commissioner?
Yes, please.
I'll also add that yesterday, Commissioner Orton pulled up this map to apply the overlay from the coneflower map, which is the map that Commissioner Kellum had started, but I don't think any edits were made to it at that time.
So this is a copy of the 11824 V4. Is that what we want to open at this point?
V1.
Okay, V1.
Commissioner Eads, you have a comment?
Sarah, what flower did you say this one was?
Astor, ASTOR.
And this is the one that changes the 7 required districts plus districts 4, 9, and 13, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
So can we look at the population of these districts and see where we need to make adjustments? Obviously 1, 8, and 9.
7 is also 3.35 down.
Commissioner Curry, you had a comment?
Yes, I did. I'm trying these flower names, which I've never heard of before. I guess it's to my ignorance. But if we're going to use flower names, why can't we use names that that we see all the time, like roses and tulips and it's still all these different names that I've never heard of before.
I think these were picked as native Michigan flowers. I guess if you're a gardener, maybe you've heard of them all, but otherwise, not so much. Maybe we should have gone with lake names, but I think it's too late now, so.
I don't think it's too late.
Can you scroll back down through the districts, please?
Commissioner Zatella, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna echo what Juanita said. Well, I am an avid gardener and I know all the names of these flowers. These maps are supposed to be about Detroit and things like lupine and bergamot. I mean, I just think for people in Detroit, they may not be flowers that they're familiar with. And we probably should try to refrain from using these kind of more exotic, which are, I agree, Michigan flower names, and try to focus on things that are simpler, like, tulip, daffodil, roses. That's why I wanted to use rosebud yesterday, because I want something that is easily recognizable to citizens of Detroit. And this remapping is supposed to be about the citizens of Detroit. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed, you have a comment?
I yield, never mind.
So if we look at, I want to start with District 1. We can change the map and the name. I don't really care. I don't even care if they're flower names. I was just trying to get away from version 1, turn it into version 4, turn it into version 8. That was my goal. So lakes, flowers, animals, I don't care. Something simple. What I'd really like to do is see if we can get version 1 to be correct from the population standpoint. So if someone has a suggestion of how we can get that population down, where it should be moved into, 9 seems a good candidate. Since 9 does not have enough population, we can start swinging things around. Does anyone have a suggestion? Thank you.
Commissioner Eid.
Okay, so on this map, 8 is low, 9 is low, and 1 is high. So I would suggest going from 8 into 9. So putting some of 9 into 8, and then that will let you normalize the population on 8. You can then go from 9 to 1 and do the same thing. And the numbers should just about even out. District 7 is also slightly low, so you could even start there. But I would go north and come down and curve around into 1, since those are all low and 1 is high.
So I would be happy for you to drive that.
Mr. Stegall, you have your hand up.
I was just going to suggest, since this is from last week, that we make a copy of it and start doing edits in a copy, but it certainly is y'all's prerogative.
Please.
Yes, please do that.
At this point, do we want to put a flower or some other name on there?
Can we please call it the tulip plan?
Is that a statement or a question or?
That was a statement.
So that's a directive to name this tulip, correct?
Yes, could you please rename this one with today's date and then put version number and attach tulip as the flower? Thank you.
I just wonder, does Sarah already have one, like a different one named Tulip? Because she has quite the extensive spreadsheet. I don't want to change her stuff and then it cause more confusion. I think the people in Detroit can remember Astrid.
Anthony,
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
how many stores do you go to? I don't even think you buy flowers, but I purchase flowers every year. And I've never heard of these names before. I go everywhere to all kind of beautiful stores and pick up flowers without these names. I've never heard of them. But if you want to leave it like that, keep things complicated. Help yourself.
Kent, your hand is still up. I think that you just forgot.
If I may, Commissioners, I think Tulip is a lovely name. Commissioners are welcome to change the names of maps as they evolve, and I'll just keep record of where they come from. So this will be the Tulip plan born of the Astrid plan.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wagner.
I just wanted to point out that the date on it is wrong. It's the 23rd. It should be the 24th. So 01/18/23 instead of 01/18/24 and then tulip.
I see I mistyped that name. We'll change it when we close it, if that's okay.
Okay, so if we are ready to proceed with some mapping work, Commissioner Eid, could you please make the changes that you suggested between 1, 8, and 9? Thank you.
Okay, next move.
So do you want to turn the neighborhood maps on then? Okay, Juanita, let's do this together. What do you think of Gateway and Russell Industrial, Austin Edison, Aiden Park being in District 8?
You are not going to put this all on my shoulders. They had 13 people to do this. And you, just like I can select the Dearborn area, the Bangladesh area, the Mexican areas, if I can do that, you can do that with the Black areas. You don't need my input. Do what you want to do, and then I'll be last. Don't invite
Understood. I'm
me
just
on, because if it's up to me, then I don't need any of you all. This is a 13-member thing that we're supposed to be doing. And if your heart is not large enough to have mercy on people that you want to split up, you don't want to be split up. So why split up anybody else? I don't want any. Let's try to be contiguous on everyone. Let everyone have a fair share. That's what they want is fairness. You can see fairness. You know fairness when you see it, Ann.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Let's put those 3 neighborhoods into District 8.
Which 3 neighborhoods, I'm sorry?
Well, we have to normalize the population on 8. So we're going south of 8 into 9. Let's take Gateway.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I would just suggest, again, I've made this comment several times, that we not try to break precincts when at all possible. The Secretary of State has asked us not to break precincts. Election law requires us not to break precincts unless we have a good reason. And so I would just encourage when we're doing these adjustments to please not break precincts because it causes chaos in the elections on the ground level. Thank you.
Commissioner Eads, are we going to continue more south?
How many people are in Arden Park?
That's just approximately 233, 265.
Okay, yep, so let's put that and Boston Edison in District 8. We had someone from Boston Edison speak about the MSU map and look at that later, where that map has Boston.
At this point, we have a piece of North End up here in 8.
I'm prioritizing the neighborhoods at the moment, so let's stick with that. Okay, and then I see a few more blocks on the Boston Edison side that should be in 8.
I think the neighborhood boundary is splits right there, so it's just Atkinson.
I see.
Yeah, so it's, unless somebody knows that.
Let's put that in 8 because it'll help with the population. Okay, now 8 is okay. Let's go between the border of 9 and 1. So it looks like 1 is about 17% high and 9 is about 15% low. That means, unless we want to change other districts, we're going to move some of 1 into 9. The question is where? We have some maps that have the Mexican Town, Hubbard Farms, a West Side Industrial Complex with District 1, and we have some where it is with District 9. I would love to hear opinions on this area because I, as someone who lives very close to there, think it could go either way. I think either way is fine for the community there, but I'd welcome some other input.
The highlighted area is 2,065 people. It's currently in 1.
Commissioner Zatella.
I believe that is, if you put that into 9, you're going to be splitting the Latino community of interest that Oscar spoke about yesterday. We do have maps of that community interest available online on our mapping portal.
Yes, I believe he said he liked the previous district one, how it was. All right, let's try that neighborhood then that you're highlighting right now.
That's approximately, they're missing some blocks, 4,000.
So let's assign that to 1. I'm sorry, to 9.
We're getting some little pieces mixed up. We'll go back and get those.
Yeah, we can go back and do that some other time. Okay, now let's look at what do we need, another 20,000 folks? Ish?
Yeah, we're short, we're over 12,000 in 1 and under 10,000 in 9. So it's about an even swap there.
Okay, well, let's put Central, Southwest, and 9 then. Let's see how many folks are in there.
We still have 7 that is down 3.35%. What was your direction again? Excuse me.
Central, Southwest. Okay, now 9's a little high, but it's in the green, so that's progress. Elaine, does this do what you wanted to do, more or less? I know it's not perfect, but...
Well, I was just wondering if you could, again, keep Mexican Town and that together and then take out Chadsey, Condon and put it back in 1.
Go for it.
That would be the Hubbard Farms, Mexican Town.
So those two neighborhoods have a population of 1,787.
And then just south of there as well, but there's probably not a lot of population there, but it should stay together.
So you want to put this in 9?
Yes.
At this point, in
then
this
go up to
area
the-
is, I don't think there's many people here. That's like 30 people. All that area is 31. It's part of West Side Industrial.
And then just below that though, too, that
So that shall go in 9. We'll fix this tail down here, and these little unpopulated pieces. Put that area in 9.
yes. And then go back up to Chad Z. Condon and put that back in 1.
Put this area in 1.
Yes.
At this point, 1 is at 0.03%, 4 is at 2.34, and 9 is at 2.44.
Can you zoom out just a little bit?
I'm going to fix a couple of these little ones because it'll show up. And there's like this little area probably should be in 1 to follow the neighborhood boundary.
Go ahead. Fix it. You can fix those. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner.
What about that little piece at the bottom of Del Rey?
That's a single block, so I guess maybe it would look better in one. There's 4 people in it. I don't know if they're up here or down here.
I think it would look better in one.
Del Rey is just about exempt from people.
So who's off now? 7?
There's a couple that are a little over 2.5, like 12's at 2.59, 14's at 2.51. You know, they're very close, but they're not, under 2.5.
I'm sorry, can't understand that. 59 and 2, 51 and they're close. I don't know what that means.
So it looks to me like 12 could take a few people from 9. It would even them both out.
So we need to move just a few out of 12, right?
So your 12 is 2.59. If you want to be under, 2.5 or better, you could probably, move.
And 7. 7's got 3.35. I don't know why those are showing up green.
6 is locked, but it could use a little bit from 7, but it's locked. 8 could use a little bit from 7 and balance it. Well, actually, 7 is low too, so 14 could, 14's right at the negative, the borderline low.
I'm done. If somebody else wants to take a swing at it, that's fine.
It is actually about time for our lunch break. So I would entertain a motion to recess for lunch.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded that we recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. We need to vote, sorry. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor of recessing for lunch, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and we are recessed until 1 o'clock.
Richard, how are you doing?
Fine. You getting
How
a
are
lot of
you?
snow?
Huh?
You getting a lot of snow?
Oh, yeah, it's terrible here.
Yeah, it's still snowing here. It's been snowing. It kind of slows down and then speeds up and slows
Yeah,
down, speeds
I
up.
think it's kind of the same everywhere.
Yeah. I
But
think
we
it's
had,
pretty warm out though. It's probably, I think it's about 30 some degrees out here. Let me look. Yeah, 34. So it's got to be pretty wet.
yeah. Well,
So,
my car is frozen from the looks of it. So I think the wet has turned to ice.
yeah, most likely. Of
Yeah,
course, some good thing is it might, I think tomorrow it's supposed to warm up pretty decent
and that'll be great.
and it's supposed to rain. So we might get rid of some of it.
Yeah,
Actually, the next, actually 3, 4 days are going to be 36, 38, 37, 37. So
sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
yeah, that sounds good. It might melt some of the snow, which would be all right.
How's your family?
Yeah, everything's good for the moment, as far as I know.
Great, great. Have you talked to MC?
Not in a while. I did talk to him quite a while ago when he um
First left?
his paperwork in. I told him I was sorry to see him go and
Yeah,
that, he has to do what he has to do.
yeah. What about Doug? How's he doing?
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times. He said he's been watching, so um, that's good that he's paying attention. He wants to see how we make out with this, get everything squared away, I hope. So,
Yeah, I kind of miss them. I miss them a lot. They
yes.
were missing you because you disappeared one day, huh?
Well, I didn't feel too good there for a couple days. I'm not sure what it was. But
Something,
yeah,
something
it
in
got to me. Something got to me. So
yeah.
take a
It
little
got
break.
to be. It got to be.
Juanita, Richard,
Yes, ma'am.
just to let you know, we're still live on YouTube, and when
Yes,
you're talking, our ASL has to interpret what you're saying.
yes, and I understand that. I didn't want to get too crazy here, but
Yeah,
thank you for reminding me. I did know that. I was just
I
texting.
didn't either. I thought we would just. I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:09 p.m. Will the secretary please call roll?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Commissioner Andrade,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry,
Present.
Commissioner Ede,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Vallette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present.
Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Weiss, you're on mute, sir. And you're on mute and we're calling roll. Commissioner Weiss.
Muted
I-
myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes, present.
thank you.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, we have 12 commissioners present. Have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will continue our mapping process, and we are on, it's Donna Callahan's turn.
I'll pass. I'm through.
So the next commissioner in line is Juanita Curry.
Just a moment, let me get this up real quick.
I pass.
Okay, so the next commissioner in line is Anthony Ede.
Okay, so there's a few different things that I'd like to see over the next couple days. We have maps that we should probably run the partisan fairness scores on. We still have the map that Commissioner Kellum edited that has to be completed. But we've had a few commissioners now try to make a plan that only changes what the court required us to change, and that keeps ending up changing more than that. So I'd like to just try to make one that doesn't change any of the districts except for the ones that the court said must be changed.
Commissioner Zatella.
So I just have a comment on that in terms of the court's order itself. Hold on one second. I'm going to share my screen because I think we keep coming up against this. And I think it's creating a lot of unnecessary frustration. So let me share. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
So this is the actual court's order with respect to redrawing the House districts. And if you see here, I have it highlighted to make it easier. In this order, we prescribe a schedule for redrawing the unconstitutional House districts, reviewing the boundaries of those redrawing the boundaries of those districts will unavoidably affect the boundaries of other districts. We therefore expect that the district lines for not only the unconstitutional districts, but also other districts as reasonably necessary will be redrawn. So that's the actual court's language. Their language was not, don't touch the other districts. Their language was, we expect you to touch the other districts, and they're giving us permission to do it. So I think if we stop putting that unnecessary restraint on ourselves, it's going to be a lot easier.
Commissioner Ede.
Okay, so Mr. Morgan, can you pull up a plan that has everything locked except the 7 districts that are unlocked that must be changed?
Okay, Anthony, I'll be doing this, and that would be a copy of what plan? I know we've been over this a couple times, so I want to get it right. The Hickory plan?
Yeah, I think it would, Commissioner Orton tried to do this yesterday, I think, and I think I don't know who, but I think Commissioner Andrade also tried to do it, so I'm not sure which plan you started with. It might make sense to bring up the Hickory plan, clear out the districts that the courts would have to be changed, and lock everything else.
So this plan is a copy of Hickory, and I may have already deleted out those plans. Yes, so the surrounding area is deleted out with districts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 57, 58, 61, 62, and 9, and 13 locked.
Okay, so again, we have a few different maps that change a different number of districts. I'm trying to see if one is possible to be created that doesn't. Can you overlay, and I think we can use some of the districts that we've already created on the other maps to help do that. So can you overlay the, let's just go with the tulip plan on top of this one?
So to do that, I need to go back to the tulip plan, open the tulip plan, and export the shapefile, so it'll be a minute.
Do you have the overlay for the Bergamot plan already up and ready to go?
I can overlay any other plan that has been shipped up, to the website.
Yeah, okay, then you can do the Bergamot one. That should work, okay?
Do what?
The Bergamot plan?
Okay. So the Bergamot districts are in navy. And you can see, 9 is significantly different. The tail end of 1 and 2, and predominantly that little bit of 4 has been clipped, and 5 in here, 5, 6, I guess.
No, this is good.
There may have been some, a little bit down it.
Right, okay. So we're gonna paint with a broad brush here. This isn't gonna be perfect by any means. I'm just trying to see if it is possible to do this. So why don't you start by assigning the overlay that is on districts. Sorry, you're changing something.
I'm sorry, I was trying to make 4 and 3 visibly different. So when you say the overlay, you want to put 1 straight in here?
No,
you want to start down here, or you want to start upward?
I'd like to start with 7 and 14. Just put them in as best you can into this.
Shall I unlock 6 and put that little piece into 7?
No, we're keeping 6 locked, keeping everything locked except for the districts we have to change. So if that part of 6 is already in 6, just leave it. Okay, how many more do 7, how much more in terms of population do 7 and 14 need now?
Okay, at this point, I think 14 and 7 are representative of what was in the previous plan with little differences.
No, I'm asking, yeah, so what is the population on both of them?
Seven is 3.35 under, and 14 is 14% under.
Okay, so let's turn on the neighborhood boundaries in Detroit. So for 7, you're going to add in those neighborhoods that are directly south of 8 Mile until you have the population necessary to make a complete district. Let's just go by precincts. Like I said, we're doing broad strokes here. It's not going to be perfect. Fix all the little stuff later. And add Palmer Park into it as well. Actually, you're already over on population, so never mind.
Listen, well, that's...
Okay, if you want to fix that real quick.
I think that must be, well, let me see.
Okay, now we're gonna do the same thing for 14. That needs about 13,000 more people. So let's take it eastward up until it reaches District 13, which is locked. So Sherwood, Nortown, and that area to the east of it, right there.
And Nortown?
If it's necessary for population, which it looks like it is, yep, you can go ahead and add that in too. That's fine, you can add it. And now go westward until you hit where we ended the westward district.
This area in here? Oh, that's
No,
7.
no.
I gotta make it 14.
Now go towards District 7.
I've got it, it's kind of messed up right now, just a moment. Okay, now we have, this is kind of split up in here. Do you want to clean this up now or later?
No, let's clean it up later. Let's go to the left, yep, and add Nolan, State Fair into 14.
So that precinct went south of Nolan and included Greenfield Park.
Sure, can you keep going left?
Excuse me?
Can you keep going left? Yeah, so State Fair and Penrose also added to 14. So essentially what we've done is we've crossed 8 Mile, and instead of 8 Mile, it's gone into 7 Mile. Okay, now I'd like you to go to the intersection of where districts 4, 5, and 6 that are currently locked are. So you're gonna head a little bit south. Yep, right in that paveway area. And basically what you're gonna do is start there and make a district that goes under the 2 that you just created and up over District 9, which is locked. So you're kind of going to go around the locked areas currently. Up through University District, up through Greenfield Park to Davidson and Grant.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, this area and then over to,
So districts 4 and 6 are locked, so you got to go north to the unassigned area north. Yep, and keep going up until you reach where District 7 ended. Hold on one sec. You're adding this now to District 4, but District 4 is locked. So maybe you can just pick a different number.
well, 4 was not locked.
No,
So
4 is locked. 4 was not in the court order.
I can lock it. but
Thank you, I'm
it wasn't
sorry.
locked coming in.
And we're locking everything except what was in the court order for this map.
Okay, I believe that's 4 now. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what 4 was originally, so let's go ahead and lock it so it doesn't get changed. Okay, so now we're gonna curve around this area on districts 4 and district 9. Yep, and go up to University District, Detroit Golf, Palmer Woods, Greenfield Park, and you're gonna take it above District 9. You're probably gonna have to go into blocks for the Greenfield Park area because that precinct is connected to Nolan. Yeah, you can do the whole neighborhood on that one.
All of Greenfield Park?
Yep, all of Greenfield, Hawthorne Park, Cadillac Heights, Northeast Central, up until District 14. And you're going to keep going eastward in between districts 9 and 14 until you reach District 13.
Commissioner Zatella?
Is it possible for you to just back up for a second? I'm just trying to see what's happening here.
Commissioner Eads, you got these unassigned areas, have to do it by block.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later. So
Okay, it's a lot of people, right? Okay.
Sure, but Commissioner Zatella asked to zoom out. So zoom out real quick so she can see what we're doing. Okay, so
A little farther. I'm just trying to see the whole Detroit area, that's all. So are you copying this map from somewhere, Anthony? I'm just curious what the source is.
What do you mean?
Are you copying it from another map that's been submitted to us?
No, I'm doing this live.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go. So Davidson, Grant. And those blocks in the neighborhood to the east of it as well. At that whole neighborhood. You can add the neighborhood to the east of Grant as well. I can't see the name of it right now. Okay, wonderful. Now this still needs about 45,000 people, but we've taken care of the areas in between 9, 14, and 13, as well as the areas in between 4, 5, 6, and 7. So the only way to go is south. So take Highland Park and go all the way down up until where you reach the overlay that we have on the map already for the downriver district that was already created. And just keep going south using the unassigned areas until you reach the population that is needed to make a full district, while trying to keep the neighborhoods whole.
Anthony, do you see that over to the west, there's a few sections that didn't get assigned?
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to just paint with a broad brush here, and we can go back and fix those areas later. I don't think they're gonna make, I'm just trying to experiment here and show that if it is possible to make a map that doesn't change districts other than what we have to change. Might not look pretty, but I think it's possible.
Commissioner Lang?
I was wondering, Commissioner Eid, as you're drawing, could you, since I'm not familiar with the Detroit area and you're trying to keep it within the Detroit area. Can you tell me what communities of interest you're taking into account when you're doing these?
The Detroit community of interest.
That's your answer?
For right now, yeah. Okay, it still needs 30,000 people, so just keep going.
Apologies for the interruption. I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Kellum has joined at 1:40 p.m. Welcome, Commissioner Kellum.
And that blue line is the overlay from the other map, from the downriver district, right?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to turn off the neighborhoods just for a moment and make sure we're not missing anything.
Sure, whatever you got to do.
So yes, 8 comes, down into here, deep. And that's still a significant unassigned population.
Right. So, yeah, so just follow that line as best you can until you reach the population that's needed.
So this area here, just keep it in that, keep it in 8, yes.
Yep. Okay, that's close enough. Now you can look at the overlay for District 1, which is the same as from the other map, and just put that in here and Pretty sure you can just do that for much of the other districts as well.
One right here?
Yep. Okay, so that's the District 1 from the other map. And you need 9,000 people, so just take more of that unassigned area to the right of it and add it in.
Okay, next move.
Oh, are you waiting for me or for the software?
Excuse me?
Are you waiting for the software right now? Or, oh, okay, well, you need 8,000 more people, so just keep going until you get that. All right, there you go. Yeah, those are a little over, but again, I think those can be fixed at a later time with some minor tweaks. You need 3 more districts. If you start a new district and keep going up the river through yep, just exactly how you just put the mouse, that should create one. Yep, so keep going through Grosse Pointe until you reach the population needed.
Okay, pushing
Yep,
the,
some of those precincts right there, add them into 11. Maybe just one more precinct. That's probably a little too much. Okay, well, and now you can have a district that is, the rest, it kind of follows the overlay of what's overlaid as District 12. So if you follow those lines, you can do the rest of Northeast Detroit and Harper Woods and some of East Point.
And where we want to go here, up toward the shore or
Honestly,
toward
that's
Roseville?
close enough. Just fill in the rest of what's unassigned into the last district.
Commissioner Wagner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Anthony, I just have a question. And maybe you can explain it to me, but 8 seems like a rather odd configuration. So what COIs are we combining in 8 that would make sense of that?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Commissioner Wagner, he asked what your question was, and if you answered, you were muted.
Oh, I was so muted. I'm sorry. And now I I just didn't understand 8's configuration, why it was more like a Z shaped and cut. I'm just wondering what COIs you're trying to place within 8 that all coalesce and make sense together.
I am mainly concerned about the Detroit community of interest and complying with the court order at this point.
Commissioner Zatella?
I'm just curious what you mean when you say complying with the court order, because it appears you actually redrew an almost identical district to one of the districts that was struck down.
Which one would that be?
Whatever one is yellow, I can't see the number on it. 13?
13 wasn't struck down, that's been locked. It's not
Oh, that's
open.
locked? Okay. Yeah, and then by the Detroit community of interest, that's like 700,000 people. So how are you dividing up what you're referring to as a Detroit community of interest? Because it doesn't seem like there's much rhyme or reason to what you've done here.
Well, that's your opinion. I respect your opinion. I can have a different opinion. And yeah, this is good enough for now. I think what I've shown is that it is possible to make a plan that does not change more districts than what is necessary. Now, we can change more districts than what's necessary according to what is reasonably configurable, and we have a few plans that do that, but I wanted to prove that it was possible to do it without changing districts, and we're well within the population deviations at this point to be able to just tweak minor things and show it. And I think that's what some other commissioners wanted to see as well. So I'll end my turn. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes, to kind of add on to what Commissioner Zatella was saying, I believe District 11 is the one that was shot down by the courts and looks like it's drawn almost identical.
Okay, so the next commissioner in line to draw is Commissioner Kellum, but I believe that it is time on our agenda for the executive director report.
Can you just make sure this is saved as something? And if you could zoom out so everyone can see it beforehand, that would be great.
Commissioner Eads, there's 4,235 people highlighted that are undersigned, not designated to a district. Would you want to complete it or not?
Well, those would go in 8. They're part of 8.
Commissioner Zatella, your hand is up. Is it again or still?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if Kent could announce what he's naming, because sometimes it's hard to see.
We were creating these districts using precincts, and these were locked because 4 was locked and 6 were locked. So at that point, I just highlighted the census blocks that hadn't been assigned because they were locked in a precinct, and assigned them to 8 at Commissioner Eads' direction.
No. I meant when you rename it, as Commissioner Edis requested, if you could announce what you're renaming it.
Sure, I'm sorry. It's a copy of Hickory right now, yes. So I can save this, Commissioner Eads, I'll save this plan and give it whatever flower name you want.
Yeah, I'll leave that up to Department of State, whatever you guys want.
Yes, sir.
I nominate Daisy. It's nice and easy.
So done.
House Petunia.
Sarah, you're suggesting Petunia?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear someone suggest Daisy.
Yeah,
That
Donna
sounds great.
suggested Daisy.
Daisy.
Does that work?
Works great.
The plan that Commissioner Eads just created is called 01-2324 V2 HD Daisy.
Thank you, Kent. So without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to provide his report. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. I'm going to defer to our local counsel, Nate Fink, to talk about the notice to vacate draft proceedings.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, Director Woods. I presented our proposed amendments to the Commission's Rules of Procedure last week with the understanding that we would have a discussion today. I've received, and the Commission received some suggested revisions to our proposed revisions from Commissioners Zatella and Lang. And before we get started, I wanted to just say that one of the recommendations that they include is to allow for
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Commissioner Lang.
My apology, Mr. Fink. Is there any way you could speak up? I have my volume all the way up and I can just barely hear you, or get closer to your microphone maybe.
Sure, I will try to speak up.
Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
Actually, yes, I can. Thank you very
Okay, good. All right, and then I'll pretend I'm trying to get my kids' attention. As I was saying, Commissioner Lang and commissioners, there was a proposal from Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Lang to allow for the initiating member, who is which would be the member or members of the commission who are seeking to have someone else removed, that they could have their own counsel present the notice during the presentation of notice section of the special meeting. And I don't personally see any problem with that particular provision, so I just wanted to just kind of get that out of the way. Obviously, it's up to the commission whether to allow for that. The current rules already contemplate that the responding member would be or is entitled to have counsel if they want. So I don't really see a problem with doing it this way. Then there's another proposed revision that Commissioners Zatella and Commissioner Lang have included, which is to take out the language that allows the commission to reimburse attorney fees for the responding member if the commission does not vote to declare that member's seat vacant. The rationale, or at least part of the rationale provided by Commissioners Zatella and Lang for that proposed revision is that there was a question raised earlier, or well, last year, August of last year, about whether commissioners were entitled to have commission-paid counsel for their individual representation in the pending federal case, the AG case. And the legal team's opinion that was presented to the commission was that in that circumstance, the commission was not obligated to provide and pay for individual commissioners' counsel. The reason being that each individual commissioner in the AG lawsuit has been sued in their official capacity, not in their individual personal capacity. And so as a result, and we presented a memo to this effect and had a discussion about it, the commission's representation is through the commission itself and not on an individual basis, because individual commissioners do not have personal individual exposure in that case. In this circumstance, my opinion is when we're talking about a commissioner who is facing possible removal from the commission, if they do prevail, I see this as a different circumstance than when individual commissioners are sued just because they happen to be a member of a commission, and it's sort of a formality, a technicality as to why they're named in a lawsuit. Whereas here, the right to keep someone's seat is an actual personal interest. And I wasn't counsel to the commission at the time that the commission adopted this particular provision that would provide for paying for attorney's fees for the responding member if they do prevail. But I can see the logic there certainly more so than providing any funding for individual commissioners in the context of a lawsuit in which they're sued in their official capacity. So that was one, particular issue related to this, one of the that was the only other suggested revision to our proposed edits to, or revisions to, the rules of procedure. I'm happy to engage in a discussion on that and our original proposal to the extent that anybody has any questions or comments.
Commissioner Zatella.
Anyway, I was gonna say, I just think it's odd that they're my requested changes and I wasn't allowed to present on them, but putting that aside. So I want to clarify, first of all, the removal of the language about payment and reimbursement for individual attorneys would apply in either circumstance. So if the person who filed the notice has an attorney and they wants to bring an attorney, then they would be responsible for their own legal expenses. Same thing with the responding party. In either case, I think you kind of nailed it on the head. You said it's a personal interest. It's not an interest of the commission. Each individual commissioner and their particular position on the commission is not a commission interest. It is an interest of the person, a personal interest, which is why it's inappropriate for attorney's fees to be paid for an individual. That was the basis of the recommendation that Baker Hostetler made originally. They specifically said in their opinion or their memo, individual members are not entitled to public funding for their own lawyers, and that the state constitution does not afford funding for their legal counsel. I think that's pretty clear. The state constitution grants the commission funds that are awarded by the legislature related to the commission's business, and an individual member's interest in their individual seat is not commission business. So I think taking that out is appropriate. I don't think it ever should have been added in the first place. And it just doesn't belong in there, because whatever expenses might arise from a notice on either end belong to those individual commissioners, not the commission body as a whole. Commissioner Lang, did you want to add anything onto that?
I'll just add too that underneath the hearing, it's an option to get an attorney. It's not a requirement. So whether it be the responding or the people that file it, that's a personal choice they're making. So the taxpayers should not be on the hook for either personal choice.
And Commissioner Lang, thank you for that, because that actually reminded me of another point, that if this was commission business, the commission would be supervising the retention of that attorney and reviewing the contract and setting the rates. And the commission has no involvement in any of that because it is not commission business. And that's just further evidence, thank you, Commissioner Lang, as to why this should not be allowed and why the commission voted previously to not allow, when I asked for an individual attorney, the commission voted that it would not be paid for by the commission. That was the entire point of the memo. So I think we need to be consistent with our past policies, and I think that language needs to be removed.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Eid.
I just think it's a little disingenuous, the comparison of a commissioner trying to get their own legal representation in a legal court case in which they're named in. It's quite a bit different than a notice to vacate. The provision to repay legal fees has been in our rules since the beginning, was put in there for a reason. It also creates an equitable discussion, considering that we have a few people on this commission who are attorneys. So theoretically, logically speaking, they'd be able to represent themselves to a greater degree without incurring expense compared to commissioners who are not lawyers or legal experts. So I agree with Mr. Fink's analysis. I would appreciate if this commission would adopt the proposed procedures without Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Lang's amendments. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang, you have something else?
Yes, I just want to kind of go off from what Commissioner E just said. My understanding when Mr. Fink brought this forward, was that this was going to be for any case that may come up, any future ones, what have you. So it's not always going to be an attorney that has that experience. That very well could have just been me, who has no legal experience whatsoever. So to say that it's a disadvantage seems insincere personally. And again, the taxpayers should not afford the expense of this, period.
Commissioner Eid. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just going to say someone's status as a lawyer is frankly irrelevant. If someone personally wants to hire a lawyer to represent them, that's fine. As contemplated by the changes that Commissioner Lang and I requested, we are considering hiring an attorney to handle our portion of the presentation on the notice. That is despite the fact that I am an attorney, and any lawyer will tell you that attorney who represents themselves is a fool. So the fact that someone's an attorney doesn't mean they're not going to hire an attorney. The fact of the matter remains, it's individual expenses related to an individual interest that has nothing really to do with commission business, which is what we are authorized to spend money on. We are not authorized to spend money on individual choices of individual commissioners. Thank you.
If I may, just want to address a couple of quick points. First, the commission, under the current rule, the commission's obligation or option, as Commissioner Zatella pointed out on Thursday, I think it was, the commission's option to pay for the responding member's attorney fees only comes into effect and is only triggered if that commissioner prevails. And so it's not as though the attorney fees are just provided regardless, no matter what the outcome is. It's if that the responding member prevails. And I think this is to me, it seems to be a fair way to address the issue and the concern that we want to have citizens of every socioeconomic background, anybody to be able to serve on the commission to the greatest extent possible. And if a member is required to take on the cost of defending themselves in some sort of notice to vacate proceeding, that could make it financially impossible under certain circumstances for them to be able to retain counsel. and defend themselves and protect their right to serve on the commission. And so I think that that's an important point to make. And I just wanted to be clear that the memo that had been provided in August, again, related to the fact that individual commissioners are sued in their official capacity, which is equivalent to the commission itself. It's just a formality as to why they were named. And so that's why individual commissioners are not entitled to their own lawyer to be paid for by the commission in the individual federal lawsuit. And I just wanted to make those 2 points.
Commissioner Lett.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I take exception to trying to deflate the applicability of having an attorney for a defendant and not having it paid for. Clearly, as Attorney Fink has just iterated, that they are put to their defense because of another commissioner bringing an action to remove. Now, that action may be frivolous, that action may have some partial viability, or it may be an open and shut case. But at any rate, the defendant should have the opportunity to defend himself and not be put to his personal expense for that. The argument has been made by Commissioner Zatella that this is not commission business. Well, it is commission business. I don't see how it could not be commission business. You're trying to remove, as you have in the past, other commissioners, and that is all commission business. It might not be mapping business, but it is commission business. There's all types of commission business. Changing, modifying rules is commission business. Deciding where we're going to meet is commission business. Deciding if it's going to be remote or in person is commission business. So everything we're talking about here today is commission business. And that then brings to the point that any defendant, whether it's Commissioner Eade or Commissioner Clark or Commissioner whoever, should be in a position to have his defense or her defense covered in the event of a win.
Commissioner Zatella.
So I just want to point out that the analogy to Anthony being a defendant is completely inappropriate. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is specifically says in our rules that it's not a quasi-judicial proceeding at all. He's not a defendant. He's not in any criminal jeopardy here. If anything, it'd be equivalent to a civil case, in which case a defendant does not have a right to have their attorney's fees paid for by the other side. And even if it were a criminal case, within the context of criminal law, if you have the need for an attorney and you have to go through a process, there's a process where they examine your income, they determine whether you're qualified for it. Frankly, making $39,000 a year, I don't think he would qualify as needing to get a court-appointed attorney. And if he did qualify under those criminal procedures, he would actually have an attorney appointed by the court. He wouldn't be able to go out and pick his own attorney and then have those legal fees covered by the court. That's just not the process. So you're trying to make an analogy to a process that's completely inapplicable to what's going on here. It just doesn't apply. And then the other issue that I would raise that I don't think anybody's even thought about is the IRS has very strict guidelines around what are reasonable expenses that can be reimbursed. And the reality is this would not fall under those guidelines. I can tell you that flat out. Something like this is going to end up being taxable to him if you did cover it. And the reason for that is because it's not commission business. And those IRS guidelines define what is company business and what is not. And so at the end of the day, you could be creating a tax liability for him over his choice to hire, a particularly expensive attorney on top of that. So thank you.
Commissioner Kellum.
Commissioner Lett, you can speak first. I'll jump back in.
Commissioner Lett, she said you can go first.
Well, I respectfully disagree, Commissioner Zatella. you're correct in that it is not a criminal proceedings. However, the proceedings will result in the death sentence for Commissioner Eade. He will be banned from the commission for life, and that is the same as a death sentence in this case. As far as the IRS goes, if it's not a reimbursable expense, which I wouldn't disagree with, if we pay him for his attorney fees, then it would be a compensation to him, which he would have to declare.
Commissioner Cullum.
So I think that we could go on and on, going back and forth. As in my experience working with attorneys, lovingly, you all like to really dig deep and have a spirited debate. But I think it's time for myself to call the question. When it comes to Commissioners Atella and Commissioner Eade, it can be a very tenuous space of airing out things for the benefit of, I don't know, whoever's listening. And I will continue to hold us to a professional standard and not allow it to be a passive-aggressive discussion on anything else. So I call the question.
Well, I don't actually think there is a question because I don't think we're voting on this until Thursday.
That would be up to the chair to speak.
Okay, so can I have our parliamentarians remind me when the question is called? I don't remember what to do.
You end up having to take a vote to call the question. There are, I would note, a number of proposals here. So the question could be called in one of two ways. One would be to call the question and all that is before us, which would be the two provisions that have been put there, or one would be to take each one individually. But it has to be, the vote has to be taken to call the question, which requires a 2/3 vote of those present.
And does it need to be seconded to call the question?
Yes. Second.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes.
I apologize. I just wanted to clarify. Commissioner Lett referred to the two proposals. The document that I'm referencing, we've been discussing, has been primarily the proposed revisions that Commissioners Atella and Lang had made, but that is not a complete version of our proposed changes. There's the other provision that we had talked about a little bit on Thursday, and so I just want to make it clear what's actually before the commission. The proposed changes that I provided, that our firm provided, were in sort of a memo form. And I believe Director Woods had provided that, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay, so right now we have a call the question to end discussion, and it's seconded. And I believe we probably need a roll call vote.
Yes, before we get to that, before we can call the question, I just want to ask, just for clarity of the record, if there was a motion before the commission for the question to be called. Was there a motion?
Not a motion in front of the commission.
Okay, that's what my recollection as well, that there was not a motion on the floor for the question to be called for. So rather than calling the question, Commissioner Callum, if your intent is to end discussion, the motion would be correctly framed as a motion to end discussion.
My mistake, I thought Commissioner Eade posed a motion. So I'm making a motion to end debate.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion to end debate, and it's seconded.
Point of clarity or information.
Go ahead.
If this motion goes through, then am I not allowed to make a recommendation for additional changes? Or is that something I would have to submit an email to, since this is going to be voted on Thursday?
The motion to end discussion would end all discussion on this particular agenda topic. So if you were wanting to submit additional changes, it would have to occur via email with legal counsel.
Thank you.
Can we have a roll call vote?
One quick question. I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Wagner. Can we address Commissioner Zatella because she did have her hand up before the question was called?
No, because the person who called the question had their hand up before her.
Gotcha, proceed.
Okay, Commissioners, a roll call vote has been requested. The motion before the commission is to end discussion, so a yes vote would be yes to end discussion. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
No.
Janice Villette. I'm sorry, Commissioner Villette, I couldn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Elaine Andrade.
Yes.
Donna Callahan.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Eade.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon.
Yes.
With a vote of 10 yes to 3 no's, the motion carries.
Thank you. So we will turn it back over to Director Woods for the rest of his report.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. At this time, I want to go ahead and share my screen just so we can have something, but I just need give me about 60 seconds to do that. Thank you. All right, Commissioners, we've had some requests from our consultants, and so we need to establish some timelines in order to meet the court-imposed deadline of Friday, February 2nd. Is everybody able to see my screen that's virtual? I'm unable to see your faces, so I don't want to assume that you can see it, but Commissioner Lang, Wagner, Curry, Zatella, or Weiss, if you can do a thumbs up.
We can
You can see it?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. As you know, we've had a proposed mapping calendar that the commission has approved from last week, 9 to 1, 2 to 6, and what we were doing last week. This week, we have one in-person meeting that we did yesterday from 10 to 3, 6 to 8:30. Intermittent maps, a collaborative mapping, the same thing from 10 to 3 and also 6 to 8:30. We also have meetings scheduled for Wednesday from 10 to 5:30, Thursday beginning at 9 o'clock to 5:30. The meetings for the rest of the week starting tomorrow will take place at the Cadillac Place in Detroit. And then we also have a meeting on Friday. Having said that and understanding our timelines in terms of where we are, we have remote meetings scheduled for next week from 9 to 1 and 2 to 6 on Monday through Thursday. And the reason why we need to end at 6 on that particular Thursday is we want to make sure we give our mapping consultants time to gather the information, to post on the website, but also to submit to the court in their required format. In addition to the mapping consultant that I just talked about, the VRA consultant needs 48 hours to provide a review of the maps to ensure compliance with the Voting Rights Act. And so what I would like to recommend that the commission votes to forward maps for VRA council review by Friday, January 26th. This does not necessarily mean it will be the maps that are forwarded to the public, but they are the maps that the commission needs to forward for VRA review that they can look at if there needs changes to be made or whatever needs to happen. There's ample time for the commission to do that before they vote on Thursday, February 1st. And as I shared with you earlier, the mapping consultant needs the commission's maps no later than Thursday, February 1 to comply with the court's deadline. So just reiterating that process to get the maps have to be voted on by February 1st so that we can be submitted to the court. Having said that, we need to move on maps. I don't know if individual maps are in. I know some people wanted to hear from our constituents that spoke at our public comments. Sarah Reinhardt, our MICRC secretary, has done an outstanding job providing the commission with the public comments so you can hear what people are saying. But I want to reiterate that we do need to coalesce around some maps that the commission wants to move forward. And because of the timelines that are needed by our consultants, we kind of need to work backwards to ensure that we meet the deadline. And so knowing that they need 48 hours, I know we were looking at getting it to them Friday so that we could actually start on Tuesday. The other thing that we need to do, we talked about it yesterday, we've had the presentation from Lisa Hanley, is to make sure that we're running partisan fairness numbers, starting once we come back from break, starting to run those partisan fairness numbers so that we can have that information available for the commission's consideration. And so there's basically one thing I really need. Actually, I want to make it two because all I can do is make recommendations. The voice comes from the commission. The first recommendation, Madam Chairperson, is I would like the commission to consider votes to forward maps for the VRA Council no later than Friday, January 26th.
Okay.
I would move that we have maps ready to forward to VRA Council no later than this Friday.
I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second that we have maps voted on to move forward to our VRA Council this Friday, no later than this Friday. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lang.
Yes, there is. Executive Director Woods, I reached out to you earlier today and said I was going to give you a call at 3 o'clock, and this is why you're requesting that we approve some maps by this Friday. My concern is there was, or appears to be, a lack of communication put out for the residents of Detroit to know about these meetings. There's been concerns brought up about transportation issues, cost issues of getting to these meetings to give public comment. And so I'm just going to put it out here now. The reason I was going to call you at 3 o'clock was to see if it'd be possible to do a virtual town hall, and I would have volunteered my time on Saturday and get the word out to the residents of the Detroit area, in particular, those that were affected by this ruling, so we could actually have some real-time input from them. We had the lady that gave comment earlier, or it was yesterday, that said, did you reach out to churches or this or that to, and I don't mean this or that, I don't mean that in a rude way, but to get the public here, to inform them that we're doing this. So there's my concern with having them done by Friday. I still want to have the public comment if that's allowed, and I'll get with you at 3 o'clock to discuss that. But my concern is we do have some commissioners that are very knowledgeable about the Detroit area, but we, in my opinion, have not heard of or heard from the people that we need to hear from. And I want to make sure we do this right, I guess is what I'm trying to say. This time around, I want to make sure that it's right for them. So if there's anything we can do to extend it just a little bit, or if there's anything added that we can do to get that input, that's my concern.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Like with all town hall meetings, we can use those to increase awareness. I'm more than willing to make myself available on Wednesday or Thursday to create such town hall meeting and virtual for people to participate. However, they are also able to participate at our commission meetings in a virtual format, whether they want to come here and offer comments, and we can refer to them, from an awareness standpoint as it relates to the town hall meeting. There was no cost for anyone to park here at all with regards to that. We've had a press conference with regards to that. I've done interviews with regards to that. So in terms of getting the word out. But like I said, having said that, it's always best to do more than less. But Saturday is just not going to work from my standpoint. The commission has to vote in terms of getting this information to the Voting Rights Act Council to do the analysis and then come back for the commission to meet the deadline of February 2nd. But once again, I'm willing on Wednesday or Thursday to work with whomever, wherever, to do an awareness town hall meeting, if that's the desire of the commission. More than happy to do it.
Is there any other discussion? Well, I think a virtual town hall to get the word out is a great idea. I know that we've been trying to get the word out, so more is better, like you say, but we have to remember that at a town hall, we're asking them to come give us public comment, but they can't share we can't take in public comment at a town hall because it's not an open commission meeting. They need to get that to us at our open meeting or through one of our other channels. Mr. Brace.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would just like to remind everyone that we have a staff person out in front of the hall here to work with any members of the public on utilizing the My Districting site, and they can review and see what is going on and how the plans came about and all of that. So that is available for anyone that comes down here.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chairperson. Commissioner Lang, are you available Wednesday night or Thursday night?
I'm available whenever, as long as the word can get out to the community members that have been most affected. I will make myself available. Yes.
Thank you. We can discuss more at 3 o'clock.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to vote no later than Friday to have our maps ready to send to the VRA Council. Can we have a roll call vote?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please state your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Rebecca Satella.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
Yes.
Richard Weiss. Sorry, Richard, can you say that one more time?
Yes, please. I vote yes.
Elaine Andrade.
Yes.
Donna Callahan.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
With a vote of 12 yes and 1 no, the motion carries.
Thank you. Director Woods, do you have more?
Yeah, thank you. I also want to make a recommendation that the commission identifies the map for the public's consideration by voting on that no later than Thursday, February 1.
Sorry. So you're saying the commission vote on maps to send to the public no later than February 1?
Correct, but obviously that will give it to the mapping consultant so we can meet the court order deadline of Friday, February 2nd.
Understood.
I will make that motion that we vote on the finals on by February 1st.
I second. Commissioner Kellum seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Lett, second by Commissioner Kellum to vote on the maps to move to the public no later than February 1st. All in favor, raise your, or any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Ede.
Is there a recommendation on how many maps we're going to be sending to the public? I know before we sent 3. Is there a recommendation on how many?
I want to get the timelines first, Commissioner Ede, and then the commissioner can go to that, if you don't mind.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of voting on the maps to send to the public no later than February 1st, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail, and the motion carries. Mr. Woods?
In understanding Commissioner Eads' point, I wanted to really kind of leave that up to the commission after the VRA analysis, because that might weed out some maps in and of itself. And so instead of handcuffing us now, because we're still doing partisan fairness and other analysis to ensure compliance with the 7 rank redistricting criteria, if the commission could take a look at that next week.
Commissioner Lett?
I can appreciate Director Wood's comments as well as Commissioner Eads. We're a little bit ahead of ourselves with that. We have not started looking at partisan fairness on these maps yet, and I think we need to do that in order to be able to look at what maps we want to consider moving forward. I don't think we want to send 10 forward, but we certainly probably don't want to send 1 forward. So I think we're just a little bit ahead of ourselves.
I think we're kind of agreeing, Commissioner Lett. We're hopefully starting with partisan fairness immediately, and then also the VRA analysis, next week, and then whatever the commission decides in terms of what maps they want to move forward or setting a number that we can do that. So consequently, you might want to send 10 maps for VRA analysis, even though it might just be 5 or 3 or 2 or whatever the commission decides to move forward.
Thank you. Anything else, Director Woods?
Yes, just want to remind everyone, I gave you a narrative yesterday, but the attachment was sent today, so take a look at the budget. On the budget, as we already know, we voted to ask for a 100% increase from the state legislature to cover our pending legal costs, so please take a look at the budget that was sent, and then we'll go over that tomorrow. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me, and then obviously we'll do the vote and the whole presentation for the public tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of our agenda. Are there any announcements from commissioners? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the meeting is adjourned at 2:46 p.m.